see if everything went the way it should. Okay, there it is. So we do appear to be live. Okay. Did I? Yeah, everything here is level 82, that's fine. I'm at a point in the game where, like, I honestly can't possibly get enough money. I need lots and lots of money. Game seems really quiet on stream. We'll see. We'll see if that turns out. Because maybe other people will pop in and say, you know, that it's too loud. Or just fine, who knows. I've had to adjust the audio a couple of times while off stream, so I might not have remembered correctly where to put it back. You know what, just like based on that sound alone, I feel like 51, 19. I sell off these items and I try to keep 500 of everything. Except for elixirs. Which is dumb, but it's probably... It's not as much because I think that I need a lot of elixirs. It's more that that one changes numerically a lot more often by a much larger amount. Maridozo. No suitable matches. Okay, so Okehazama Incident. So this is the main reason why I said that this was going to be a comfy yokai hunting experience, because right, like the way that I practice up all the different weapons is I progress through every mission in the game in order of what level the mission is per weapon, and I have a way to randomize what character model I'm playing as, just to keep things interesting, I guess. I say there's definitely some times in this game where it tries to play up the "oh no, this is a spooky fight" kind of music, but it doesn't really land for me anymore. Oops. Stop it. Yeah, it always seems to be just shy of a kill on the second deflection. Shit's annoying, bro. Okay, now it feels like the game might be a little too loud, so let's adjust it a little bit. Let's try 16. Hello? I really don't like how some of these stages sort of forces the end condition upon you, and then you can't wrap up these revenants. I'd really like to be able to wrap up with the rest of the revenants. It's like when you're a visitor in someone else's game doing like co-op gameplay. In most instances, it really, really sucks when the person that you're assisting is farming revenants, and there's a number of reasons for why that would be. There's a number of reasons why it sucks. The biggest reason is typically like if the stage that you're assisting in is at a level where you can't reasonably quickly dispatch those revenants, then you wind up in a situation where, and like this is gonna sound so, I guess elitist, but other players don't seem to know very well how to quickly dispatch revenants, so they just kind of swing wildly, and that gets really annoying really fast. From my point of view, especially because like I actually do know how to dispatch them very quickly, but it involves using parries, and I can't do parries while other players are swinging wildly and drawing aggro. It kind of prevents me from doing the things that I'm used to. Now, if I can like drop one or two hits real quick and delete any revenants that they spawn, I don't mind. They can spawn them all day. It doesn't bother me at all. It's like I get glory too. It doesn't bother me. It's a mutual benefit. Well, that was interesting. Bro. Well, if that had been any kind of resistance whatsoever, I definitely would have been killed just now. I wasn't, like... So, when you do... Like, this attack here has two different forms. Hold on, let's get rid of this guy so I can demonstrate. But yeah, this attack here has two different forms. There's the guard heavy version, and then there's the hold heavy version. And the guard heavy version has a super armor element to it. It makes it where like I can just I can just go flinchless through being attacked, and that's very, very useful in some cases, whereas the charge version of it, for one thing, it can be early released, and sometimes that is the way to go. But for another thing, its reach is a lot further. It hits a lot harder. I say a lot, maybe about twice as much damage. But the disadvantage to the hold version of it is that... Yeah, what's up, Faraz? The hold version doesn't give you any super armor. So there's a place for both of them. And they do have a distinct difference. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. Oh no, he shot at me. Oh, okay. I had no idea that you could get between those. Never played or heard of. It's basically a samurai Dark Souls, except Dark Souls isn't fun and this is. Mostly because, like, this combat is actually really fast, and Dark Souls combat always felt extremely slow. So the red thing I just interacted with, that is a gravestone, or a grave site. It represents another player that died in this area, and those are called revenants. So when I summon one of those, I get to fight a player that died here. Alright. Enjoy yourself. The game is going to feel rough until you get past the first boss, but once you get past Onryoki, everything starts to feel a lot nicer. Bam. Yeah, bro, take care of yourself. Oh shit, I did not use my Emerita spells. Here we go. Yeah, so one of the big things about fighting Revenants is one of the, like, the value that it gives you when you fight them is called glory. It's like a currency that you can use in the clan system, which is a system I mostly do not bother messing with, but in the trade menu, you can trade in glory as like I said, like a currency for certain items that aren't available for purchase in any other way. The most important factor there is that I use it to make gold. So I essentially try to convert one type of currency into another type of currency because I'm at a point in the game where shitloads of gold is very necessary. The big important thing there is, like, I actually made a spreadsheet of all the things that you can purchase with glory, and how much those things are then worth when sold for gold. And there's one particular item that's very efficient that way, and it's called fragrant wood. Fragrant wood. Blech. Anyway. Lame, get out of here. Anyway, as I was saying, aside from fragrant wood, yep, those are boxes. What was he doing? Everything else has about like a 3-for-1 trade ratio. In other words, for every 1 glory, you would essentially receive 3 gold, which is not good. That's not worth a shit at all. But for fragrant wood, for whatever reason, the trade rate is a little over 14. I don't know why. Like, the next best behind that is like 3.12. Completely useless. And it's not like that's worth a lot of gold in and of itself, but when fighting Revenants, they drop equipment, and the equipment can be broken down into materials that also sell for decent gold. Or can be used to create other equipment, but that's not what I'm focusing on right now. Point is that every little bit has its place. Anyways, when I play through stages like this, I do prefer to collect all the things, kill all the enemies, all of that shit. That's fine. And yes, I am very over-leveled for this stage, but everything is progressing along quite nicely for my Tonfa training. This is just my method of getting better at each of the different weapon types. I just can't get over how fucking good that attack is. It's so very, very good. This attack also has armor when you use it. It's called Wild Fang. It's got some benefits. There's some reasons to use it in certain cases. It's very good at dealing with groups of enemies if you can get them in a reasonably straight line. But you can also get in some pretty nasty trouble with it if you don't use it at the right times. It's also worth noting that there are some pretty serious differences with certain attacks and the way that they work when you're on the ledge of a platform. So, like, certain attacks, particularly like your normal attacks, are pretty much locked to the platform. You're not going to accidentally throw yourself off the lip of a platform with your normal attacks. But there are some examples of that not being true. For instance, the charge version of this you can throw yourself off a platform with that, but you can't with the guard version. So when it comes to fighting the humans here, they are essentially being mind controlled, and that mind control is sourced from the purple crystals that we've been breaking along the way. Now, I could just break the crystal and eliminate them. They would be removed from the playing field because they would be no longer mind controlled. But you don't get rewards that way, and I would rather beat the shit out of them. Now, it's worth noting that even though I'm over-leveled for this area, enemies fight more or less the same up until playthrough 4, where the Yokai get new attacks. So every enemy that I fell without getting hit, that's still good practice. Alright, so this spell, the first spell I did right there, I believe, is called the Pleiades Talisman. It makes it where when I receive Amrita, which is like Souls and Dark Souls, I receive more of it. And the other one is the Extraction Talisman, which makes it where I will receive Amrita every time I hit something. So while in a lot of cases right now a single hit is what is required to kill something, but here in a moment I'm going to be fighting a boss and it'll be more apparent. Also, there's the living weapon feature that I have not used yet, and it charges via Amrita gain, which means that those abilities actually they're actually not just for leveling up. Yo. Woo. Double lift kicks. Shit. Wild Fang. I actually don't know what the game calls this attack, but it's not very good. So these are the Tonfas. It's the weapon type that I'm using right now. Honestly, I would argue that... Now see, when I was looking at their skill list and how they work on certain things, I thought that they might be overpowered. But now that I've played with them a little bit more... One of their biggest issues is that it's pretty easy to start a combo and have the enemy that you're fighting sort of just move out of the way. And your side-to-side movement while using Tonfa is very wishy-washy. And that's putting it lightly. Wait, what? I am confused. Oh, because it's over here. I'm an idiot. By the way, the dots showing up on my little radar up in the top right, those are, like, sense enemies, sense treasures, sense emerita. Those are all like different abilities. Those are not built in to the core gameplay. You have to have those via different pieces of equipment or potentially on your spirit. That's the whole thing about this, is having a guardian spirit. No. What? I gotta say, I love the timing for that after blocking one of those basic yokai and countering with that attack. It's like their head magically moves right to where I want it to be. So, okay. I don't remember what this yokai is called. Ah, fucking ass. But obviously I'm not very good at fighting it. That could have been a death right there. Under normal circumstances. So one of the things to note about yokai in general in this game is that, like, pretty much all of them have horns. And breaking horns means instantly stunning them. So, like Dark Souls has, you know, stamina, this game has ki. Mostly the same concept. It literally functions the same way on human enemies. It regenerates on its own. It gets used up when you do action. So, like, you see up in the top left, red bar going down. But this game actually has a lot more, like, mechanics for maintaining that and managing that. For instance, there's the ki charge, which you can do when the red life is when the red stamina is recovering. But there's also different, like, weapon stances. So I'm in low stance right now. That's a heavy on low. That's a light on low. Light attack. Heavy attack on medium. And this is high stance, light and heavy. But one of the big mechanics is if I change stances at the same time as doing a ki pulse recovery, then I will regain a considerably larger portion of my ki, and that's one of the great ways that you can use to just keep the game moving. I wanted to get some parries on her, but whatever. Yo, no, I'm ragdolling Okatsu. That's no good. The karma is gonna be garbage. Anyways, there's a lot of mechanics in this, but I do feel like this game, like, I think if you were to jump into somebody's late game file where all of the mechanics were already present, then it would definitely, unarguably be overwhelming. But I feel like it introduces these mechanics at a reasonable enough pace that it does not become overwhelming. So this feature is called the Torii Gate. it's a way to play with other players online. And the function that I'm looking for would pair me with anybody who's spent an Ochoko at a shrine to request help, essentially. I really like using that feature because an item that I want called Umbracite and various forms of Umbracite, there's 4 levels of it, become normal enemy drops. Whereas in other scenarios, it only comes from Twilight missions and the Abyss, which is a completely different pain in the ass. Twilight missions are basically, it's the same missions that you would normally do, except theoretically harder versions of them. There's 2 of those selected at, as far as I can tell, at random each day. And the first time that you do those, it gives you an Umbracite at the completion of the mission. It's not a great way to get Umbracite, though, because it's, you know, only once per mission per day. Well, theoretically per playthrough, so I could do the one that's available today 4 times. Oh no, that magic man lowered my defense. What a tragedy. Yeah, he dropped a yellow, I don't care. But yeah, I love this game. Meanwhile, I don't like Dark Souls very much. Like, I could tolerate the first game, but I couldn't be arsed to get used to the second one. And it's mostly just because that combat's just not fast enough for me. I like to move fast. I like to get things done. I don't like to feel nearly as sluggish as the Souls games are. You know what that yellow drop was over here? Hooray, more parts. Oh, I got an attack debuff. That's why that was a little bit more belabored than the rest of what I've been doing, but it's fine. Even with that debuff, I still hit pretty hard. That's potentially something that I should try to use. I'm still trying to figure out what kinds of things to put in my quick slots, because the game gives you quite a bit of it. You got a mirror? Oh wow, that did almost nothing. Rude. So there's a specific item that I have called the Yada Mirror that makes it where if I timely guard, which is basically, it's the game's terminology for a perfect guard. If you timely guard projectiles, then you can reflect them back. With a special note that that's physical projectiles and not, like, magics of any kind. There is a separate ability that allows you to deflect magics, though, but I don't know about messing around with that, because I sincerely doubt that it would ever be, you know, damaging enough to be worth the risk. Oh, whoops. I thought I was on high stance, and I was not. I was in mid stance somehow, for some reason. Bruh. Very annoying. So one of my common complaints about games such as these, because no game is perfect, right? So one of my common complaints about games such as these is when I have enemies that are based on the same kind of limitations that I have, however, they don't have the same kinds of limitations that I have. So in that case, with those particular enemies, those are Onmyo mages. They cast magics a lot, as was probably very, very obvious by how that fight went. That's all well and good. I can do that too. The problem is that they can do it endlessly. I cannot do it endlessly. There's a limitation. There is a maximum number of magics that I can cast. They have no such limitation. And that's what makes it annoying. Because they can just go apeshit with, like, a shitload of different spells. In fact, they can cast more different spell varieties than I can even equip. It's like, if I was going to attempt to be an Onmyo mage, I literally cannot. So far as I know, anyway. But, yeah, like, I have the same problem with the ranged enemies in the fact that they just can cast forever and ever and have no limit on how many, or not cast, but fire. They have no ammo limits, and I find that to be irritating, but they're not as bad, I think, as the mages. Ah, fuck off! I don't even know what I got stuck on, but I guess I know not to try that again at this particular spot. So one of the biggest advantages of the Tonfa is that it is very, very good at deleting enemy ki, which is a great thing to try to do under certain circumstances. Because, like, with yokai ki works differently. They don't use ki for most of their actions. Most of their actions they can do whatever the hell they want. Their ki will not deplete. Some of them they will, but that's enemy-specific stuff. You actually have to actively deplete it, but some of the actions that they do actually causes what's called Yokai Realm, which is like a little pool of, like, demonic energy around them. This is the Yada mirror, by the way. Anyways, Yokai Realm makes them essentially immune to losing ki. It also makes them gain a shitload of ki very quickly. So sometimes trying to control a yokai based on ki just straight doesn't work, except for breaking their horns. It really depends. It's very situational. But with humans, when a human loses all of their ki, and this is true for you as well, you get, like, exhausted, your character just kind of pauses, like, stands at, like, a low, like, hunched over stance, like, deep breathing, all of that kind of shit. And it makes you vulnerable to a grapple, which is basically the same thing as getting a stealth strike in Dark Souls, except it doesn't need to be from behind. Anyway, so this is Unmeal Magic. These two talismans that I just cast. The ones that I cast for Amrita. And while I did explain earlier that those can be used for utility involving the living weapon, that's not why I cast them. I cast them because I would like to have more Amrita. Because I am a greedy, greedy man who wants all of the juice. So these guys here, they're called Dwellers. They're like the most basic form of Yokai. I don't know the names of most enemies, but I can point out, like, the hierarchy when I see it. Dasa Ninja should be pretty self-explanatory, I would think. So I specifically wanted to kill the two mages first because this game is weird about, like, when you complete the mission. So if I'd killed that ninja in the center first, then the mission would be over. Then the two mages would like bow, and then you're not allowed to hurt them anymore. And once the mission is over, you can't summon revenants. You can't fight any enemy that was still around. Like, everything ends. It just doesn't allow you to engage in any activity that could cause you harm, and that includes combat. And as annoying as I find that to be, it's probably to avoid some kind of soft lock scenario. Here, you know what? We should probably do this. 72, good God. So, one of the things about Nioh streams that I'm told that a lot of players, when they stream this game, they end up getting caught up in menuing for a very, very, very long time. I try to avoid that as much as possible when I'm live, because that sounds excruciatingly boring, and I have actually also been bored watching a shitload of menuing myself. But that's like the downside to a game like this, is having shitloads of items that need to be managed. Of course, I could just let all of this accumulate and do all of this offline, I guess. I'll consider that after this one. 174. See, there's no way to actually go through this any faster. 87. I try to keep at least 500 of these. Well, of everything, really. I couldn't even say why, per se. Like 500 is an arbitrary number, but you think especially on some of the items that I constantly get more of. Oh shit, we got matched up with somebody. Okay, so this is either Isle of Demons, the first actual story mission. When you first launch the game, this is the only mission available. Or it's Blessed Village, which is the Twilight version of that mission. I think it's... I don't think it's the Twilight version. Yeah, this is the first stage. So, when you're in a stage like this as a visitor, you are considerably leveled down. I don't think that affects your weapons, though I could be wrong. It might affect that to an extent. I don't know what this person is doing. Now, when you get called in as a visitor, the other player actually is given an item, a specific kind of purification salts that you can use to dispel the visitor that comes. So, like, if this person decides that they're displeased with my presence, they can cast me out by using that item. I've only had that happen once, and it was almost certainly for doing literally what I'm doing right now, i.e. going ahead and murdering everything. But I'll be honest, as I explained before, the reason that I do these is for the Umbracite, and that is literally the only reason I give a shit about this at all. I do not care if this person makes progress. I used to. When I first started doing these, that was all about it, like helping people out and helping them, you know, reach the end of stages alive and making sure that they get something meaningful out of the interaction. But I gotta say, those experiences have not led to particularly good outcomes. So I've kind of given up on that. Later, guys. Wow. Hey! Aim at the man. You remember what I said earlier about how bad this weapon type is at actually focusing on enemies? I think he's about to use that shrine, and if he does, it's going to call me back to the shrine. At this point, I actually need him to interact with this Emeridosaurus and pick up a key item called Key to Residence. Hey. Come here, bruh. Yeah. 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 Because without that, we can't open this door in front of us. Now, one of the more frustrating things about being a visitor in someone else's game, as I am right now, is that I can't interact with most things. Like, I can't summon this revenant, which I shouldn't be able to. That's a good idea. But I can't open this door either. There will be instances where there will be like a ladder that has like a portion of it that's locked to the top of the ladder that you can kick down to, like, just like how Dark Souls has instances like that where you can find portions of the map so that you can open shortcuts from one place to another. I can't do that. Yes, please do. And please don't do that. Open the door. That might have been what he was trying to do to begin with. I'm not going to sit here and try to be like, you idiot, why did you do that thing? Because it was, like, right in the way, you know? I may have done this once or twice. When I first started playing this, I just kind of grinded this shit out of a loop of this stage. I wasn't even completing the stage, I was just doing, like, a loop back and forth between two particular shrines. And I was just kind of, like, trying to familiarize myself with the way certain things are, and get comfortable with moving around. Don't know how he died, but that means that I can't hurt anything anymore. And that means that we are officially done here. He probably just walked into some fire. So that's one thing that happens a lot in the very first stage with brand new players. Is that when you are level appropriate for the earliest of the stages, fire is excruciatingly dangerous. So, like, wandering into a flame even for, like, a half a second could definitely set you up for a fatality. Later in the game, that's not really a concern. Like, at my point, I could probably stand in the fire for a decent amount of time without having any real concern about it. But the reason that difference is exacerbated when you're the visitor called into the first stage like that is there's a decent chance that I killed something that dropped some of the loot in the flames. And some players are just not smart about this. You should just leave it there. If you can survive the fire, then it's no big deal. But if you cannot... Oh, shit. So... this might actually be on Way of the Wise. I'm pretty sure it is. So this is the playthrough that I'm currently on. So this person sucks. This person really sucks. At least I got that Magatama. But I mean, like, come on, dude. I sincerely dislike just bum rushing stages. I like to fight stuff. And yeah, this is definitely Way of the Wise, otherwise that Magatama would not have been able to drop. What the fuck? So she was in the way. I tried to dash back. I cannot describe how frustrating it is to be around people that don't know how to move around a second player. But it's whatever. I got that Magatama. Let's see if it's actually any good. It would be really cool if it was, but wasn't expecting it to be, and it's not. That doesn't contain literally any of the things that I would like to see. It'll be worth some good Emerita, though. Right now, I need a fabled Umbra site specifically for this. Like, I don't even know if I have that yet. I might. I'm gonna guess probably not. Yeah, no, I don't. Maridozo. Anyways, that player sucks. It really blows being around somebody like that. And what's more is that people that, like, the people that are really the most awful to play around definitely call for help the most often. Suck less. Ugh, God, your movement really bothers me. Okay, I need to get out of this corner. I don't know what the fuck this other person is doing. Especially seeing as how she hasn't activated the shade yet. I don't know why I said she. God damn it to hell, motherfucking... Literally just got loot. You're such a problem. What's more, this person uses a lot of disrespectful emotes. Yeah, good God! Oh, God damn it. See, this is not very relaxing playing with this person. You just gonna charge the rest of it? I hate this. God, what you're doing is so ineffective. So here's the thing, there's an Onmyo magic that you can use to attack with your guardian spirit. And it's not like an inherently bad idea, but it is very dependent on which... I didn't even see a damage amount on me, but okay. This is the problem with playing with someone that just attacks randomly. I have no idea what the fuck is happening. But yeah, the ability to attack with your guardian spirit is all well and good, but it really, really depends on which guardian spirit you have. And them attempting to use their guardian spirit as an attack, extraordinarily inefficient. Especially when a simple fire shot will do the trick. I will say that the guardian spirit that I use focuses on Emrita gain. And it is not even vaguely a good offensive living weapon or guardian spirit at all. It just doesn't have the right assets to be an attacking force. Or the West, we're gonna go with. We're gonna pass. We're gonna pass on that. Anyways, here's to hoping that that person doesn't ask for help anymore. Is there any chance that I picked up some decent Umbra sight in there? Because that would be pretty great. Nope. None. Zero. I wonder if I would have gotten some if I hadn't been called away right when I killed that Yokai. God, I hate playing, because there's certain, like, there's a certain, like, there's an etiquette that comes with doing stuff like this, and it's like no one seems to give a shit. Anyways, I'm gonna take a short break and I'll be right back. Ha! What's up? Thanks, my dude. I love being crashed into. What the fuck was that? Man. I don't know if I can handle all this. It's just too funny. Yo. Hello. That dude just straight got meteor smashed. This is officially a Smash Brothers game. Just gotta keep our eyes open. We should check the records better. There he is. Looks like it's gonna be a Merry Christmas for me. Dude, I'll never be able to get enough of that. What? Yeah, man. When being a visitor in someone else's game, I really do loathe when they just haul ass through the stage. Because it shows like a complete lack of any kind of etiquette. Like when another player is being a helper in your game, being a visitor, like I said before, the main benefit that player gets is the fact that Umbra Sight is a normal drop under these circumstances. Now, if you take that fact away, there's really no reason to put up with the bullshit. So, when you end up with another player that's just hauling ass, then it really does just, it completely defeats the point. There it is. So that's a submission specifically just to beat up that guy, obviously. And we just witnessed the whole thing. But that's that's a boss from a previous stage. That's a boss from, I believe the stage is called the Ego Escape. Yeah. What was up next? The Unrepentant Thief. That's in the next area. Now, Sekigahara is probably the least interesting area in this game. Because there's just not a hell of a lot going on here. And most of the submission maps are like alternate retreads of previous maps. Unlike Dark Souls, this is not an open world game. The missions are separated out in their individual maps, as you've probably been able to gather by this point. But this is both a good and a bad thing. It's a bad thing because, I mean, I just think it's a little bit less interesting to have everything sectionaled like this, but it can be a good thing in the fact that it allows them to reuse the same area under different circumstances. But it also means, you know, in some cases, quite a bit of reusing. Stop it. That was my first ethereal accessory, by the way. Are you fucking serious? What is happening? Blech. So there's like a whole like hidden mechanic with that thing that involves whistling at the box to get it to come out of the box without knocking you down. And then if you just leave it alone, like it's a yokai that imitates the shape of a human. I think it's supposed to be an exact replica of the player, but either way, if you leave it alone, it will then do an emote from your set of 9 that you have quick select. There is, by the way, a considerably larger amount. Like anyway, point is that it will do one from the 9 that you have selected as being your quick selections, and if you respond with the same emote, then it like leaves without violence and just drops items. I prefer violence, what can I say? I prefer violence in a video game anyway. So again, thankfully, the guard strong version of this particular attack will not allow me to just fall off the map, which is very good. Very preferable. So it acted as though some enemy noticed me, and I don't know what enemy that would have been. Interesting. I'm not sure what the hell is going on or where it's going on. Yo, did you just get your body rocked? Because that's funny. He did! I'm, like, surprisingly okay with it. Because I really, like, honestly, in the stages where you have, like, an AI companion, they usually do more getting in the way than anything else, and the only downside to leaving them, unassisted, because like right now he's just down on one knee, deep breathing. He's not dead, and it's not gonna fail me if I don't heal him, so the only downside to not healing him is, well, the fact that he'll keep on making that fucking horrible sound. But most of the time you can just put some distance between yourself and the horrible sound and it won't matter. So that particular yokai, he makes the graves react when you get close to them. And it can basically force a revenant fight on you when you're not particularly ready for it. I did not tell you to jump, and then you didn't attack in the correct direction. Sounds good. Thanks, game. So the kappa that we just saw, that guy right there, that's the actual goal of this mission, is to find and kill him. I'm pretty sure merely the act of killing him is enough. There is an area of enemies I still haven't killed yet. That was weird. Yeah, give me that gold. I need that shit. And it's up here. Oh. I do see a grave, so we'll go ahead and do this. Apparently I left some goodies back here. Or at least an goodie. Yeah, as soon as you kill him, it's over. Good stuff. Anyways, as soon as you meet the mission requirements and it tells you mission completed and all that, whatever AI character you were there with is immediately revived. Not that that matters, because it definitely doesn't. Wait, did I... No, we're good. Okay, that's all the menuing that we're gonna do right now. We're not gonna bother with trying to do full menuing while on stream. Even though I was just selling stuff earlier, it did feel like that took a little longer than I would have liked. And I'm not going to do the things that I would do if I had enough gold anyway, because that also takes too long. So I'm just going to leave it alone for now. It's fine. No big deal. Valorous Train. Well, I was going to kill Mans, but again... Something tells me that this is another person that's just going to haul ass through the stage. Are you... What was the other guy even doing, dude? That's super fucking annoying. I gotta say, the people that are, like, The people that are calling for help on playthrough 4, they're really bad at the game. I do wonder how someone gets this far along without knowing what they're doing. Like, how do you get this far and learn so little? And it's probably because they're constantly asking for help. Bird person. Oh, hey, he's also using the bird spirit, because of course. So this is the part of this game that I do find the most frustrating, is trying to help people that clearly can't be helped. Now, okay, so we're about to run into one of the most common ways for visitors, or, well, for host players to die. Now, there's a little area that you can drop to, right here. He's probably going to fall off and die. He survived. I'm legitimately surprised. Either that or he just didn't do the same fall. Who knows? No, yeah, I guess he just didn't follow me. What a lot of people do is they'll just, like, follow you off the edge and not realize that they actually have to aim themselves toward the side. Any purple? No purple. And because they don't know that they have to aim themselves towards the side, they just fall all the way through. Oh my god! Yeah, they'll just fall all the way through. And then they'll splat, and they'll crater, and they'll die. It's pretty common, happens a lot. What? I love being hit by things that I'm no longer anywhere near. It's my favorite. Devil's Horn, man, come on, give me that Umbra Sight. Ow. Are you serious? I've gotten no Umbra Sight at all. This is super upsetting. Man. Another thing to note is that there are green dots on my radar that are Kodama, and that's something that you should be collecting throughout your gameplay. Let's see if I can get this guy to come over here. Right here. Nope, of course. Get the fucking Kodama! It's right there. It's right in front of you. Christ almighty. I just can't with some people, dude. I'm ready whenever you are, dumbass. Let's go. Come on. Cutscene? Yeah. So he probably just got the title for killing Hinoenma, I think is what her name is. What she's called. There's a title for, well, for most bosses, well, maybe for all the bosses, there's a title for killing them without taking any damage. It's written without taking a hit, but that's not actually true. It's definitely 100% tied to how much damage you take. Or rather, if you take any damage. And I know that because of a thing called the Protection Talisman. I gotta say, the lack of Umbra Sight drops is making me fairly salty. Yeah, man, okay, so... here's the thing. We're gonna go into Forge, Tools. I don't normally do this, but... that's what we wanted right there. And like right here, what I'd really prefer is a like a guard key reduction. But I'll wait until I have a proper opportunity for that. See that guard key reduction right there? That shit is super important. Close combat attack life drain is on Divine Umbra Sight, of course. Which is the main thing that I want right there. At 21 or 26-24 though, damn. Maradozo. I'm kind of happy to see that there's no other players right now, so the Silent Crow. So this is basically the Trail of the Master again, with different enemies in different locations. The same basic goal is still here. I still have to get all of the wooden tiles to open the door in front of me. The conclusion of this mission is in the exact same spot. But it's just a slightly different version of the same map. This is like of the maps that this game has for like submissions, I'll be honest, this is one of my least favorite. I notably dislike this map. And it's just because it's just such a blah map. It's not like... It's not terrible. It's just not any good. And I think that this map only exists because they were like, bathhouses are a cultural element from Japan. One of our cultural things. We should have a bathhouse map. Like, I'm sure that there's a lot of cultural elements in Japan that aren't here. We didn't need a bathhouse. Especially one that's, like, a tall bathhouse. I was about no. And I will openly admit that I do not know where the wooden tiles are. Despite knowing good and damn well that I have to collect them up here, I have never bothered to memorize where exactly they are because, well, I go through these stages with the express intent to collect everything. So it doesn't really do me personally any good to memorize where the tiles are when my intent remains the same regardless. There's one of them. I'm pretty sure that, because, like, there's a trap door in this area. I want to say it's probably right there. The location of that trap door is different in the different versions of this map as well. And for some reason, on this version of this map, all the way over here at this door, there is a lot of lag. Couldn't tell you why. It might partially be because my GPU is also being used for folding at home. And I could turn that off, but that's a little bit more important than video game. Hashtag non-spawn. I said as though anybody would ever lose their mind and sponsor me. That's rich. To all of my none viewers. None as in zero, not none as in like, oh holy lord. Though that would be funny. Ah. Don't be an asshole. I think that's two of them, right? No, maybe that was all three of them. Maybe this particular version of this stage is less cruel and doesn't require you to be on this beam at all. Yeah, I don't remember where I got the other one. For some reason, you gotta speak to this guy twice before it'll clear this mission. Couldn't say why. Don't have any idea. The champion of the East in Tokai. I think the weirdest thing about, like, when I go into other people's games to help out, I really do prefer when it's the lower level areas, and it has nothing to do with whether or not the enemies are dangerous, and everything to do with the fact that if I can kill the enemies very quickly, I will have little to no likelihood of actually being near the host player all that much. I will mostly just, like, kill shit and run away, kill shit and run away, and if the host player has any brain cells at all, they're going to spend most of their time picking up the Amrita sources and finding treasures and, like, familiarizing with the map. That's usually not how it actually goes, though. Now, see, if I wanted to be a complete dickhead, I could just do this. He's just getting started. But we're gonna do this again and actually fight with the Tonfa. I try to avoid, like, when I'm practicing specific weapons, I try to avoid using those outside of scenarios where the enemy is just far away and it's inconvenient. Like, there are some locations where it makes more sense just to throw a single kunai to kill this thing that's just in a stupid location. Rather than to climb something, run all the way over there, and deal with all the bullshit. So this guy actually, like, is just bad at combat for the most part. So, like, if you notice that he just sort of sat there and took it for the most part. Like, I mean, he attacked me at first, and I'm pretty sure that attack has wind-up super armor, which is why I tried to dodge and did a bad job of it. But for the most part, he doesn't do a good job of fighting back, at least not in Way of the Samurai. I think in, like, higher playthroughs, like Way of the Strong, Way of the Demon, etc., he has a living weapon state that he activates fairly liberally. And he is considerably more bothersome when he does that. So the next mission up is called Immortal Flame. It's in Sekigahara. Oh, that's not it. What am I doing? So this stage has an awful lot to do with avoiding fire, and using water barrels to give yourself temporary fire immunity. But there's also, like, hidden destructible walls. And it's very, very easy to miss some of this. In fact, some of these hidden destructible walls I just didn't even realize were there for the longest time. So, like, here's an example right here. So I bust that, and I just run through the fire right there. And the whole idea is that you're wet, so you don't immediately catch on fire. Don't know about the science on that one, but I will say openly I'm not a fan of the idea of, like, yeah, just run through the fire, it'll be fun. Welcome back. How did you enjoy the Isle of Demons? Ah, frick. Oh my goodness. I got stuck. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that one of the reasons that I'm underperforming on God Hand lately is I've just got, like, such a fucking addiction to this right now, and it's not at all the same kind of combat. Oh, no, like, it's, like, the platform that this is on is it's on the PC via Steam, like, the game client. Wait, can you stream to YouTube with consoles? I thought that they only had, like, Twitch integration. It's like, if you can, that's interesting. I hadn't heard of that. Oh no, someone's noticed me. Well, didn't work out for you. You can on PS4. I did not know that. I'm not a big fan of the PS4, so haven't really dabbled. I don't, like, hate it, I just don't care about it. We have one, but, like, I think eventually I'm gonna use it to stream The Last of Us Part 2. Because I still have not played The Last of Us Part 2. I am perhaps the only person alive who gives a shit about that game and hasn't played it yet. You're watching it? You know, I don't know. I don't feel compelled to watch the show. Maybe that's silly, but it's true. Nice shot. Okay, so let's... Hooray! I have, and I do not care for it. I think I said the last time that you were here, I'm really picky about what games I do and do not like. Not... Now, like, if you mean the more recent version of God of War, the Dad of Boy reboot, I haven't played it, but I plan on it. But the original series, I didn't care for at all. I don't even know why I'm popping these. There's no reason to do that right now. Anime vibes, maybe a little. Hmm. Maybe someday I will get over my addiction to this particular game and play the sequel. That everyone tells me is this game, but better in every way. Why does my background change frequently? I am so glad you asked. Let me show you what my backgrounds are real quick. If I can find a way to do that efficiently. So, these are actually photographs that I shot myself. A lot of the more recent ones are from here in Washington. But it changes every 60 seconds. Let's see if I can find a way to cycle through them more quickly. Stream. So this is the first photo that I ignore the loadless editing trauma center thing. In fact, I'll just get rid of that. So this is the first photo that like I ever took that I like really liked and kept. So I actually shot this photo with like a really shitty flip phone a long time ago. I was trying to take a picture of something that cannot be seen in this image at all, but the result that I got was amazing, so I've kept it ever since. I absolutely love this photo. I took this image in Chicago. Is just like, it's funny because on the left there's an AutoZone and on the right there's a McDonald's, but there's this little field in between that just had like a layer of snow that had melted and refrozen into this sheet of ice, and it looked really good, so I took a picture of it. This was in New Jersey. This was also in New Jersey. This is actually next to a lighthouse. New Jersey. I like water. This is actually at Point Pleasant Beach in New Jersey, where there was it's actually on the ocean, and I really enjoy that kind of stuff. I'm not sure where I want to say that this was in Chicago, like after we had only recently gotten there. That was in Chicago after we'd recently gotten there. I shot this image in New Jersey, but I took a picture of this dead end sign just because it looked very Silent Hill to me. This was probably the first photo I took here in Washington. Also Washington. This was a really cool photo because, like, that's ice, but it's just like morning dew that froze on the leaves. And I thought it looked really fucking cool, so I took a picture. Where was this was definitely in New Jersey because we still had the vehicle that we bought in Texas. That's also Jersey. That's here. That's also here. This is at a place in Seattle called Pike Place Market. Pike Place Market is really just a wonderful, fun place to be. So this is a place called The Gum Wall. Yes, that is all chewing gum. And there's just... It's like 280 feet of, like, 8.5 foot tall gum on both sides. It's pretty gross. This is Pike Place. This is basically the same area as the other photo, but it's at night. And there's these cranes here that have these neon lights that go all the way down them. Why? I don't know. This is here in Washington. Again, I love water, so fountains. Man, I wish Google Maps had just like a fountain locator. Like, show me where the fountains are, because I want to go take pictures of all of them. This is at the Seattle Aquarium, and I really, really love this photo because it kind of looks like the fish are going towards the light. Seattle Aquarium, Seattle Aquarium. I'm pretty sure that this was also at the Seattle Aquarium and that this was part of one of their not water displays. I'm not sure, if I'm completely honest. So this is a cherry blossom tree, and they are native of Japan, but here in Washington State, like just across the water, I say just across the water, it is a fucking ocean after all, but Japan is right over there. So the Asian community here is extraordinarily strong, like the Far East Asian community, so there's a lot of Japanese here, there's a lot of Korean, and it's awesome. I love it. And so there's a lot of plants here that are from Japan, and it's super beautiful. This is what's called Hominy Snow. It's like little pellets that are, it's basically hail, but it's not big enough to actually cause any damage. These are bluebonnets. I think this was the last photo that I took with just my smartphone. This is another cherry blossom tree, but that's a much better photo because I took it with the good camera. Let me show you the good camera. So, I decided that since I love photography so much, that I would get a proper camera for photography. And so I purchased this thing. It is big. I love it. The quality on this thing is amazing, but like, what's more is this shit. So like, you know, difference. I've got a really good eye for photography, but the problem with me is that I'm a homebody. I like to stay at home and play my video games. Like, for me, I'm typically just kind of hanging out in front of my computer or in front of, you know, a game console. But if you tell me that there's a really kick-ass thing that I could photo just down the street, let's fucking go. Anyway, so this actually was a fountain that I photographed. It was sort of along the way. I couldn't even tell you where this was. Next to some random highway between Chicago and New Jersey. This was that estate park. So this was a wall of an actual fort. This was a historical site. And because this is the original wood, you're not allowed to walk up on that platform because that wood could just fall apart out from under you. This was a really, really kick-ass Halloween display in New Jersey. So this was an extremely bizarre store in New Jersey. So I don't know why I decided to take this picture, but I really like it. So this is a giant X of speakers. This is in Capitol Hill. It's sort of just outside of Seattle. This is in Seattle. There's an area where there's multiple businesses that have hallways that go across the street. So they're called skyways. It's like a hallway that's above street level. And this one wasn't enclosed, and it had this really neat view of this courtyard with this fountain in it. So, of course, I took a picture. More Seattle Aquarium, more Seattle Aquarium, more Seattle Aquarium. In case it's not obvious, I took a lot of pictures at the Seattle Aquarium. This was like a big ass like skylight with that like suspends water, and there's a shitload of fish in it. More Seattle Aquarium, Pike Place Market, contemporary art ates you. This is my favorite photo that I ever took. Like, just look at how fucking beautiful this turned out. And this was a complete accident. See, to the right, there was a boat on the water that I was trying to take a picture of. And then this guy swooped in. He, like, photobombed my boat. So I followed him and took this picture, and it's just gorgeous. I never would have in a million years thought I could have taken a photo like this, but God, it turned out so well. And then the most recent one. This is just a bush that's outside that has all these flowers on it. So yeah. The backgrounds are cycling through that. So that's why my background changes every 60 seconds. I like to take the things that I'm interested in, like, you know, like live streaming and gaming and photography. I like to mix things as much as I can. It makes me happy. Well, hey man, I have a Discord, so if you ever want to join and share your photography, I would definitely like to take a look. I'm super into that kind of stuff. It's like, it's one thing to see photography online, right? Like, there's images all over the place. Like, I could just look for a random image of just about whatever. But it's completely different when you or someone that you know took that picture. That's why I'm your favorite gamer. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I don't have like the greatest self-esteem, so when someone's kind to me like that, like, I partly don't know how to react to it, but make no mistake, I do appreciate it. Wait, do my gloves have combat attack? Yeah, okay. Man. I suppose I really should pray at this shrine. These little green boys here are called Kodama. The little helpful spirits. Oh yeah? Hige's pretty good. Hige's not very good at, like, adapting when things don't go well. He needs to work on his adaptability, but aside from that, he's very skilled. His PS2 is not in particularly good shape, though. If you paid attention, like, if you were watching closely enough, you'd see that sometimes when he does his high side kick cancels, his PS2 would just kind of, like, hiccup and, like, briefly pause. God damn it. And that's just because his PS2 was kind of beat up. Ah! My ass! Whatever, that's good enough. Oh no, yeah, for sure. I think most people could. I don't even know why that person submitted that. Honestly, so he submitted a slightly better one at one point, and that was on the leaderboard for a while, but then the VOD just like went away and I no longer had a backup of that VOD. So it had to be removed because there's no longer any proof that the run ever happened. When someone submits a run, I always, like, I archive the video. So, like, the reason for that is if, for whatever reason, the link to the video goes dead. Is that usually that's because the runner just kind of like disappeared from the internet or just hasn't been around in forever. I'll upload a an archived version of it to one of my channels so that it can still be viewed. But I didn't have that video anymore, so oh well. His improved run wasn't particularly good either. Whoops, that sucked. But yeah, if you want to do some runs, have at it, Hoss. I'd be very, very pleased to see God Hand get some more activity. But yeah, Nero Slayer is a perfect example of, like, someone who went ahead and just started doing runs without ever bothering to learn anything about that run. It's kind of weird. That's another thing that's really funny to me about people that, like, upload videos here to YouTube pretending that they are a god at God Hand by, like, uploading tool assists and all this other mess, having, like, not even bothered to look at what any of the real strategies look like. It's like, there's so much weird shit in Crazy Boy's videos in particular. Like, if you're gonna pretend to be that much of a god, then maybe you shouldn't be making really, really, really simple mistakes. I love this attack, dude. It's so busted. That's a shame. I mean, you don't have to have a microphone or anything like that. But I do know from personal experience that trying to do runs where there are people is very frustrating. I tried to do runs with my son around once, bruh. That was a terrible, terrible idea. Rest assured, I never made that mistake again. But yeah, like, the ability to record runs properly definitely is one of the main things that keeps some people out of doing speedruns. Bro. Friggin' spears. I see. Ah, frick. My feet caught on fire. But yeah, at some point I really want to go back and put more, like, relatively decent times on the leaderboard. But if I'm gonna do that, I need to go back to practicing it and actually get good at it again, because, dude, I am bad at it right now. Seizure problems, that's no good. Need to watch for your health first. So my father had rheumatoid arthritis, and that stuff is hereditary. And it's extremely painful, so I hear. So far, I have been fortunate enough not to develop symptoms of it, but, you know, knock on wood, pray for me, all of the good things. It hasn't happened, but there's nothing saying it can't still happen. Ah, shit. Whoops. I done goofed. Oh, is he coming after me? He came after me. I'm real glad that I haven't developed those symptoms too, because, man, gaming is my life, you know? How many hours in one sitting? I mean, I try not to have to go too long. It really depends on what category I'm playing. But I have had those, like, all-day sessions once upon a time. Boosh. Say goodbye to your face. You know, I'm actually kind of surprised. I didn't think anyone was ever going to notice that my backgrounds were changing. A lot of the time, like, people don't even realize that the blur effect is on my stream. Which is both kind of a compliment and kind of disappointing at the same time, because, like, it felt really good coming up with the layout the way that it is. I completely designed everything about this. Tekken 3, yo. I used to be in competitive Tekken circles. I don't recommend playing Tekken competitively, but it certainly was a time. Oof. You gonna shoot at me or no? You only just realized I was here. Oof. You might at some point see me stream some Tekken Tag Tournament too. Stun City. I'm not sure if I'm familiar with that one. Alright, well, that guy wasn't shit. I mostly went to, like, there's a tournament, like a big fighting game event in this area. I don't know if it's still a thing, because, like, you know, COVID happened, and I used to go to this pre-COVID, but, it was an event called Northwest Majors. What's my main in Tekken? So, in Tekken Tag Tournament 2, the three characters that I spent most of my time with were Wong, Jin, and Leo. And I had, like, my short list of characters I really wanted to learn, like June, Michelle, and Dragunov. Well, let's see, back in Tekken 3, like, if I was going to try to reach back to Tekken 3, who was my main? Probably Law. I used to like Law a bunch. I don't really like Law at all anymore. I kind of think he's a wiener. Okay, so this is Siege of Osaka Winter. Is this Art Imitates Life? So long as we're not on the map where there's fucking arrows all the time, that would be great, because I don't want to do that shit. Okay, Art Imitates Life is fine. I mean, we jibber jabber sometimes. It's not super active, but it's not dead either. What the fuck? That grab is so annoying. I'm not super familiar with this. Oh, there we go. I think there's like 40-ish people in there. Yeah, there's some nuances between the US version and the Japanese version of God Hand. Hold on. I would love to explain it to you, but I've got to focus a little bit. Okay. So in the Japanese version, enemies block a bit less. They hit a little bit less hard. There are some moves that have cancels in the US version, or like can be canceled in the US version that cannot be canceled in the Japanese version. What? It broke. I can't leave. This is bullshit. Is it like fire or something that I can kill myself on? No? Cool. Excellent. I love it. Oh, okay. Well, that worked out. Who gives a shit? But let's see what else. Like, all of the speedrun tech works the same in the Japanese version. If the Japanese version has Japanese subtitles, because the dialogue is still in English. It has a roulette called Pan Drop, which is not useful, really. It causes the player a little bit of damage, but it gives you temporary invulnerability. Like, very temporary. It's extremely brief. Let's see what else. On Elvis's wish, after you do the 3 steps to make the giant statue smoke the cigar. In the Japanese version, he sits there and smokes a cigar for like 5.5 seconds before he puffs the smoke and makes the bridge. That doesn't happen in the US version. In the US version, it goes right away. It's mostly just that. Chin music, the attack that I pick up at the beginning of stage 2, In the Japanese version, that those punches are actually quite slow, so that move is completely useless in the Japanese version. But left roundhouse for some reason can't be dodge canceled, and I want to say that there was another one that we noted that was just for whatever reason can't be canceled, but it's not coming to mind. And I'm pretty sure that one of the roulettes has a little bit reduced damage in the Japanese version as well. Most of the differences are very small. Because, like, nobody, like, realistically, like, you really shouldn't use left roundhouse anyway. It's only barely stronger than right roundhouse. It's slower. The area that, like, its hitbox is smaller. It's just overall worse. But, like, I'd say that the biggest difference is the fact that chin music is actually really good on the US version. And not at all on the Japanese version. And that's all the differences that I can think of. Off the top of my head, anyway. Okay, so we've got... Let's see, hold on. Okay. Where dark forces gather. No, that's a Twilight mission, so I can't even do that right now. Sekigahara, let's do this shit. It's funny, most of the games that I play, there really is not a lot of differences between the US and Japanese versions. You know, I'm not sure. I know that most of the people that follow me on Twitch don't really care to watch Nioh, but I want to play it, so... as far as, like, YouTube, this is my 3rd stream ever on YouTube, so I'm not really sure. I don't really have a lot of subscribers on YouTube because my channel is relatively new. I don't feel, like, discouraged, though, that there's only one person here. It's fine. Not a big deal at all. Pop that guy's head clean off. I definitely would have died right there if that was a higher difficulty. Unfortunate. Yeah. I know, there was a point in time where I was thinking about, like, tracking the numbers, like, for all the games that I play to see who was and wasn't watching what game and at what time of day, but I thought, man, if I get, like, really into the numbers, the metrics like that, then it's going to reach a point where I'm no longer playing the games that I want to play. I didn't want that to happen. But like other games that you'll see me stream from time to time is like Core Keeper, maybe some Subnautica, Stardew. Oh shit! I forgot that. Like, I really love Subnautica, but realistically, I've kind of played that game to death, but I don't care, I still like it. But yeah, I mean, I know what games I would go to if I was trying to get the clicks. But that's just not me. I'm not about that kind of life. Because, like, think about it this way. If I were to somehow become famous and get a huge following doing what I do naturally, then I'm probably going to stay famous no matter how I do things. But if you instead try to become famous by doing things that are not really you, then at some point or another, you're not going to maintain your notoriety because that's not really you. Oh, did it? Hell yeah, you get to enjoy that shit. That was pretty funny looking. Sometimes these items drop in such a silly ass way. Some, but not as much lately. And believe it or not, that's mostly because of streaming. I have a higher propensity for making content than watching content. Sir, cut that out. Ah, hit the rock, man. We're not going to use this shrine. This shrine is kind of bait. Like, yeah, like the way that the shrines work is just like the bonfires in Dark Souls. So, like, you would rest at the bonfire, all of the enemies would respawn, and if you died, you would respawn back at that fire. But, like, this is a really shitty place to be stuck with all of the enemies respawned. Ask you anything? What kind of food do you eat in India? Because the reason I ask is because recent content that I've watched suggests that most of the food in India is like does not contain meat, like that it's a mostly vegetarian cuisine. There's a couple of Indian food places near here, like one of them is literally called Namaste. I'm sorry, let me do that properly. Namaste. I don't remember what the other one... A Cha House, I think, is what the other one's called. Well, we haven't tried either of them yet. But to be fair, there's a lot of different food options around here, so there's a lot of them we haven't tried yet. Yep, those are cannons. Cannons hurt. Ah, okay, fair enough. Apologies, I did not mean to assume. What? Get out of here. Oh yeah, I've had chai before. Chai is unfortunately something that my stomach cannot handle. It's really unfortunate, because, like, I like tea a lot. I love tea, but, like, chai and green tea, my stomach just doesn't get along with that. So many cannons. Oh, whoops, that is also a hand cannon. I fully intend to. Thankfully, we have multiple options for that around here. Oh, you bastard. Where'd the other guy go? I've seen some content of, like, there's a YouTube personality by the name of Nigeling, and he does this character he calls Uncle Roger, right? And he mostly does videos where he critiques people cooking Asian dishes, and he did some videos of people cooking chicken biryani. How old is my son? I'm gonna surprise you. He's 18. Before you react, yeah, I'm old. I'm not under any impression that I'm not old. And how's he doing? Unfortunately, my son is not a very good person. He's kind of a habitual liar. And he's the type of person that believes that life should be handed to him for free. And anyone that does not do that is just being an asshole. But he is a legal adult at this point, so all I can do is shake my head. He will make his own choices. There's very little I can do about that. You're 22? I'm not. What the hell does 22 even feel like anymore? I'm 38. I'm not that far away from 40. And honestly, it's interesting when I consider all of the, like, there's a number of things I want to get done speedrun wise on God Hand. And part of me keeps wondering, I wonder how much time I even have left. Like, in terms of being able to run the game at a level that isn't shit. God, that guy's annoying. Irashai. Maridozo. I probably say that a little bit too fast for it to even have the slightest chance of being pronounced correctly. Desperate retreat. Nani? Daijoubu? I would love to learn Japanese, not gonna lie. Like, you know, it's funny because for a while my motivation to learn Japanese was because most of the other God Hand runners were Japanese. But now, most of the people being, you know, getting interested in God Hand are Portuguese. So if I start, like, running down every language that I can find that is, you know, related to who's running God Hand, I don't know if it'll ever stop. Next thing I know, I'll turn around and most of the people getting involved in God Hand will be Hindi. Oops. Get out of here. Sir, don't you know it's rude to shoot people? That may be, but I know that there's definitely a decent amount of, like, YouTube videos of God Hand from Indonesia, but sadly, most of those videos are not legitimate. It's a real shame, because I'm sure, like, it'd be really, really, really nice if more people would really legitimately try to get good at it, because I wonder how many top-level God Hand players there'd be if people really honestly worked at it. And that's not to say that, like, there's anything in particular about Indonesians, because most of the YouTube God Hand videos, most of them are not real. Like, every so often I'll go, you know, looking through what videos got uploaded for God Hand on YouTube, and it's just... it's always a sad day. I don't need that shrine. You love Shinji Mikami games? Hell yeah. I'm not a big fan of RE4, but Shinji Mikami is a weird dude, and I like it. Have you tried Vanquish? Vanquish. Pretty sure that Mikami... oh no, yeah, Mikami definitely had a hand in that one, because the credits is a weird thing about shooting asteroids, and the biggest one is Shinji Mikami. I was thinking at some point I was gonna do some videos like reacting to God Hand footage from YouTube, just to like point out like the reasons that it's obvious that they're cheating. I don't know. I've collected some material on that, but I still am just like, I don't know. I might, I might not. We'll see. Because, like, I know I'm going to do one about Crazy Boy, but that's because he's the only one that, like his displays of cheating are just way over the top. So I'd love to make an example out of that specific person. But the CDs aren't available. You don't like piracy. That's fair. Why don't you want to import, though? Is it just because it's expensive? Because that is a completely reasonable cause to not want to do that. There are some games that I've gone through the steps to import. Like, I do have a Japanese copy of God Hand, for instance. Oh, shit. Is this... This might be Death to Bandits, actually. For a second, I thought this might be Blessed Village. These are all versions of this, like, multiple versions of the same stage. Yeah, Death to Bandits. Really? Right, yeah, my like primary mod on Twitch, it's Easian. He's from Serbia, and we had the same issue with the Serbian dinar. Son of a bitch. One of the rare instances I prefer to go ahead and use my ranged attacks. Oh, what, of God Hand? I have a legitimate US copy. That's open. I have a legitimate Japanese copy that's also open, but it also came with the God Tracks, the soundtrack CD. But I also have one that's not open. It's still sealed. But I also have it on my hard drive on my PS2 because my PS2's ability to read discs is gone. So if I didn't have it on the hard drive, I probably couldn't play it. Kuroda's determination. Speaking of the PS2 games that I actually have physical copies of, I really need to look into Makin Shou. I bought that because it's like a PS2 version of a Dreamcast game. A Dreamcast game that I actually quite enjoyed back in the day. And I was thinking of speedrunning it because there are people that speedrun that Dreamcast game, but they don't appear to be aware that there's a PS2 version. Guy with the goofy hat. But yeah, I'm actually really happy with the fact that I have like the instruction booklet for God Hand, both in Japanese and English. All right, Faraz, have a good one. Sleep well. Enjoy One Piece. The Source of Evil. The stage is actually really, really easy. Especially if you have, like, a plan. I think the only part of this stage that, like, it feels like it's a lot more risky than it really is. And it's just one of those examples where if you pay attention to things and learn how everything works, it's really not that big of a deal. After Bleach returns. I'm not sure how I feel about Bleach returning. What was it called? The 1,000-Year Blood War or something? I kind of, like... I was kind of done with Bleach once Aizen was captured in the original series. Like, it feels like this story is over. Like, we were watching it, Viv and I, and I don't know why, but we just kind of stopped. Bruh. We should probably get in on that again. Right, but I don't know, doesn't it seem like a bit overmuch for them to, like, go on to, like, some extension of Aizen's plan? It kind of felt like it was, you know, like, they can't just regurgitate that and make it feel like it's new. It just feels like a retread. I don't know. There are definitely shows that I feel like should end at some point. Like, some shows, it's like they know that they need to end before the show goes bad, right? And then some shows make the mistake of lasting long enough for people to get sick of it. But to be fair, I didn't even really try to watch it after Aizen got captured. They started doing a lot of, like, really weird, silly filter, and I think I got, like, 2 or 3 episodes into that and was like, nah, I'm done with this. You know, I do wonder what in the hell would happen if I dropped down into the arena with that thing before clearing all of the nodes. Let's find out. Well, let's find out after I kill all the mans. Probably very bad things. It'll probably just kill me off. Bankai t-shirt. Oh shit, I wasn't paying attention to that cannon at all. I actually have a God Hand t-shirt. Hold up, let me show you that shit. It's in need of repair, so like it's off to the side. Let's see, where is it? It is like this tiny hole starting up in the armpit, but I love that shit. Your birthday. Man, I have no idea how much shipping from here to India would cost. I imagine a bunch. We're not that well off. I know I got it on fangamer.com, and I don't know if they ship to India or not. I have, but it's pretty rare. Viv and I were once dating... Viv and I are poly. Viv and I were once dating a girl that was talking to me about learning how to speedrun God Hand. But that's never gonna happen because she's a lying, horrible, horrible person. She has absolutely, definitely not put any effort into trying to learn that game. Bam! Real shame, too, because she was quite popular at the time. I was kind of hoping that she would, give the game a lot of exposure and a different circle of people that I had no access to. But, you know, c'est la vie. Shit happens. I saw another girl playing it once, but that was quite a while ago. And I don't remember her name. Let's go ahead and throw my shuriken at that guy. Oh no, that was a kunai. I know words, I promise. And I had an ex-girlfriend a long time ago. Her name was Erin, E-R-I-N. She showed some interest in God Hand and played around with it a little bit. Yas. That is definitely the way to do it. What was that about? It made it sound like I got noticed. Like, by what? There's nothing around. I left these guys behind somewhere. Where is it? Oh, okay. I don't know how I missed these, but alright. Oh wow, can you can just walk right off of that shit. Okay, well, let's see. Oh wow, okay, so you literally don't even need to do any of this. I am sorry to hear that. So what the hell, you don't... yeah... Oh my god, you can literally just haul ass straight to the boss and just get it done. I don't think I've done a speedrun of this particular stage. I say speedrun. It's not really so much a speedrun as much as it is just like there are titles that you can earn for doing certain things, and a number of them are a clear stage in X amount of time. So let's do that real quick. Hey. I had no idea that you could just go in there without doing that. That's good to know. Oops. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was definitely a new title. Sometimes you practice parkour. That part's badass. I wish I was talented in shit like that. Anyways, that's done. Alright, I'm gonna take a bit of a break, and I will be back. Oh my god! That fucking slammed him right in the face.
Oh my god, he was stuck on me. He's like glitched out, dude. He was stuck on the rubble in a fucking goofy ass position.
She has a rocket stuck to her hand. She has a rocket stuck to her hand. Here we go. We're out. Doo-doo. Okay, that wasn't half an hour. That was more like half a minute, but still. Like, for instance, these guys right here, now that I'm out here, like, their path, these guys, their pathing isn't broken. But here's the, oh, yeah, check this out. No, come on, hold on, we can do this. This is doable. What's up? Oh, Jesus. That's not what I input. Yeah, I deserved that. But you deserved this. Ah! Sup? Ha! 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 He tried! Did you see that? Did you see that? It got... He like just barely missed it. Oh my god! That is hilarious!
So, yeah, worth it. I'll say it definitely pays for itself the first few drinks.
You fucking asshole.
Let's just say when I'm out and about, I don't buy regular sodas anymore, unless I get one with like a meal. I almost always just go to a QT and how much course do I have? I have so much course.
Self-scan complete. Bacterial infection has spread to the skin and pulmonary system. Medical report recorded to date to bank. It is imperative you find a way to neutralize the infection.
Oh, dude. Oh man, Joe, what the fuck? The psychic handling of the gun. That was delicious.
Oh god, it's exploding. I've never watched it from the ass before. You're welcome.
Oh my god. Fuck.
You know, I didn't really think about that sentence before I said it. Love you.
You know, I've never watched it from the ass before. Sorry, in boy band. You know, I've never watched it from the ass before.
I didn't need that in my life.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
I'm literally just trying to jump that way. What? Yo, what? What? Hold the phone. I have to look at that again, because it definitely looked like whatever he jump kicked off of wasn't there anymore.
No, it still thinks the game is already running. This is weird.
Oh my god, what? Sure. Alright. Yeah. Okay.
According to what I have here,
What should we do?
I don't know what just happened.
What?
Dude, what are you doing? You gonna be stubborn about this, bro? He's clipping into it. Wow. He's going right back into it. Alright, man. Have a good one. Enjoy One Piece and sleep well. Starting to yawn again. You know what the problem is that not too terribly long ago, was like the two of us, we went to do our groceries, right? And the nearest grocery store to us that we actually prefer is a place called Winco. And at the right time of day, it only takes about 50 minutes to get there by, public transit, by buses. Well, for whatever reason, once we both got on the bus, we both started feeling fucking terrible. But I started feeling considerably worse than she did. And by the time we got home, like we did like a minimal amount of shopping and got the things that we needed, got an Uber back home, which we didn't plan on doing. We only did that because we felt fucking terrible. And I fell asleep at like 2 p.m. And I am incapable of napping, so it was a whole ass day of sleeping. Ever since then, I've been just fucked, sleeping-wise. Huh. God damn it. Where the hell did you come from? Stop it. Starting to yawn a lot, but like, man, I have no actual desire to go to sleep, and I'm still enjoying this, and I'm still enjoying being alive. See, I think that that's like one of the secrets to like, because like I said earlier, I don't play specific games just to get clicks. I like streaming. I think that that's one of the secrets to like having a healthy streaming life is just like living, like doing it in a way that makes you happy, right? Like, I just enjoy being live. It's not because I'm successful at it. I just enjoy it. Not going to sleep, damn it. Part of me is wondering, like, is it possible to update the title and information of my YouTube stream mid-stream without, like, fucking with anything? But then part of me wonders if there's even a reason to do that. The fuck? Was that just him? Did he explode? I heard a lot of explosions. Is that you exploding? It's been a very long time, I think, probably since anyone has referenced that particular DLC of Borderlands 2. That was Captain Scarlet and her pirate booty. I believe that character's name is Shade. You kidding? Are you serious? Stop. I think like you can tell that I'm actually getting more tired because like my range judgment gets a lot more fucky wucky. What? No, you know what? I disagree. Stop it. I gotta say, it's pretty great to do shit like that and catch them. They just start running at you and you just start charging the strongest attack you have and they just run headlong straight into it. Please murder me, sir. Big murder. That's the best. What did I leave? I'm curious. Okay, whatever it is, it's above us. Yo, I left an enemy and something on the ground. Where? Well, here's this. I don't know, man. I'm just gonna finish this stage because I find that to be very confusing. Where is it? Fuck off. I don't know, man. That actually might be in sections of the map that aren't accessible in this particular mission. I don't know. Maridosa. Yo, what's up, Zach? Nah. Here lately, I have such an extreme addiction to this. And like the last time that I streamed God Hand, I actually wanted to be playing this, and I didn't have any fun with it. I had a really bad time because I was forcing myself to play God Hand when I really wanted to be playing this. But to be fair, I've got like 18,000 hours in God Hand. I think I have earned the right to be sick of it from time to time. Good lord, that's a lot of damage. Anyways, how are you doing? Yo, Umbra Sight, that's why we're here. Wait, did I just leave an enemy up here? I did. Someone needs a good murder. What about a bad murder? Yeah, we'll see. Boosh. That seemed like some good, solid, strong murder. Yeah, Nioh's pretty fun. It's basically a Dark Souls with samurai. It's a hell of a lot faster. It's not open world. The missions are separated. But it is an awful lot of fun. You play a bit of Devil May Cry? Not at all. It is not at all similar to Devil May Cry. Fucking damn it. Oh no, dude! So, that's no good. Nioh, please. I can still hear you. There it goes, okay. By the way, this is a photo I took. Like, all of the images for the backgrounds, these are my photography. Yeah. It's not common, but every so often it just, like, freezes out of nowhere. It's very much the first time that it's ever frozen like that in the middle of gameplay with another player as well. Man, I found an Umbra Sight in there. God damn it. Very upsetting. Anyway, so how's you doing? Hope that life is treating you good. .92. I know that feel. I don't know why the game is lagging so much. Right now I'm slowed down. Kind of hard to see if the game is lagging or not. Here we go. Excuse me, sir. That's very rude. And now, we wait. But yeah, I hear one of these days I'll get back to actually doing God Hand runs. I still have some things I'd really like to accomplish. I don't know where this dude is. I think he's probably right above me somewhere. Yeah, there he is. Like, I want, even though there's no other times on normal mode, really, I want to put some good, solid times on the normal mode boards. And then I want to redo, like, I want to improve my hard mode runs. Because, like, the last time that I played it, I grinded out, like, all of the easy mode runs. I wanted to put, like, really good solid times on all of the easy mode stuff. But I don't know if I'll ever, like, return to doing actual runs for hard new game kick me sign, because that already has a time on it I never ever thought I would reach. I don't know what this dude is doing. Literally through your high school life. Fair enough. Well done. 10 out of 10. You could definitely get there. Like, honestly, I am not some, like, super god lord at gaming. The only reason I'm at the level that I am in God Hand is that I've played it for way too long. And, like, once you figure out how to learn certain things, it's really not that big of a deal. I don't know, there's probably some game mechanics that you're not familiar with in it because they're kind of difficult to notice that they even exist. For instance, after an enemy parries when you hit his guard, and also after they duck under an attack, they are immune to counter hits for a little bit of time. And then there's dizzy stacking. There's a number of crazy things when exactly the game checks for enemies for dizziness. Why'd you go that way? Why would you bring him over here? Good lord, did you see that shit? So, like, in the middle of that fight, this other boss enemy shows up when this guy's HP reaches a certain amount. And that's why he shouted, Sasuke? But, like, when that happens, when there's two players here, what really needs to happen is one player needs to focus on one guy, the other player needs to focus on the other guy. We successfully did that. What the other player did not successfully do is stay the fuck away from me. You're not supposed to get hip to hip when that shit happens. I'm so glad there's not a co-op mode for God Hand, because people would infuriate me on the regular if that was a thing. Like, imagine if there was, like, some special thing that you can only unlock by doing co-op in God Hand. Ugh. I'd be telling the other player, just shut the hell up and stay behind. I'll get it done. Don't worry about it. I'm so grouchy. Ooh, Memories of Death Lilies. This is the Ogress stage. See, when I join somebody else's game as a visitor, it really is best if it's relatively early in the stage, but I'd be willing to bet that the only thing left to do, really, is haul ass to the boss. 78? What are you doing, dude? He probably did that because he just intends to rush the boss. But I hate that. I'd rather kill a few things first. But yeah, heavily recommend this game. It's super fun. Even if I am complaining about how stupid the other players are, because good lord. Good lord, do they be dumb. Okay, fine. I guess we can kill the boss now. Oh yeah, that's fair. Some of the stages are like that, most of them aren't. Memories of Death Lilies. I don't know what this dude's deal is. You enjoy vivid games. I'm trying to think what are some like really, really colorful games. Like Hades. Hades would probably be good in that. That kind of makes me wonder about how you ended up being a God Hand fan then, because the colors in God Hand are definitely not vivid. It's all very washed out. Like, I guess Stage 6 looks pretty nice. Some of it, anyway. See, I don't support Epic Games or Riot. Funny enough, it's funny to think, oh, right, yeah, Epic Games is also in bed with Tencent, and they support the genocide of Uyghur Muslims, and that's no good. That's no good at all. Yeah, I guess that there was only so much you were gonna get out of like colors on the PS2 in some cases. There's a little like chibi car racing game that I play sometimes called Gadget Racers. There's a run of it and some comparison videos on my channel. In Japan it's called Koro Q. And in PAL it's called Penny Racers. But it actually has a lot of really nice colors. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, bruh. It's been a hot minute since I have thought about that game at all. How do you feel about, like, Stardew Valley? You'd probably like Core Keeper, you know, in terms of that. Like, I don't know if you care for that style of game, but I think that you'd like what Core Keeper looks like. Never heard of it. It's a PC game. Involves a lot of digging, fighting monsters, building crazy shit. I'm a big fan of the building aspect. And there's Valheim. Love me some Valheim, but to be fair, I haven't played Valheim in a hot minute. Mm-hmm. How did I get all that done without triggering that? Oh, and every so often I play a game called Cook Serve Delicious, which is like a Diner Dash kind of game. People come in, order food, and you make it for them. Feeling like my character is really strong? In some ways, yes. Ah, frig. I caught that fireball with my face. Yeah, I have a pretty decent damage output, but there is a certain point in the game where pretty much any decent hit is going to be fatal. But I have, like, a list of all of the stages in the game listed in order of what level they're at. And I go through all of those, like, per weapon in order to practice with those weapons and get really, like, solidly good with them. See, that was definitely not how I should have handled that. At all. It's a very long and grindy way to do things, but at the same time, I mean, I got good at God Hand somehow, right? So obviously I know how to get good at action games. Hello. That was a sneak strike. Though I am in a bit of a slump when it comes to God Hand, and I gotta admit, like, I'm old, so sometimes I wonder if it's a slump or if I've just, like, gotten too old to play the game very well. But we'll see. I'll probably get back to working on it, and everything will be fine. Who knows? Yeah. And this is the part that sucks the most about it, is that I have, like, a definitively good way of learning things now, but, like, I'm old enough that I might not have enough time to use that. Even though it probably looks like I'm reasonably capable right now. Shit. That went very, very smoothly. It's probably just that, like, right now my brain is too, like, wired for Nioh and not really wired for God Hand right now. I'll just have to brute force it at some point. I messed that last one up. Perhaps. I mean, it is what it is. I'll get to it when I get to it, you know? Even though it's like, it's weird. I'm enjoying myself, but it feels like I'm wasting my time sometimes. That's probably more just bad mental health, though. You weren't quite far enough away, mate. Alright, let's murder the shit out of a boss, huh? Hell of a boss, right? Even if I wasn't strong, that particular boss is not very hard. You just abuse the fact that anytime he takes to the air, you hit him with literally anything and he falls on his ass and you can do a finisher. Very, very chumpy dude. Let's see what we got. Aw, shit, somebody's around. Are you serious? We were just here. Like, literally, we were just here. Whoops. I really don't like it when players bum rush the boss fight. And that is almost certainly what he's doing right now, which means I'm gonna get teleported to the boss here in a second. Oh, okay, he came back. Oh, come on. I can't open this. Unfortunate. Lame. Don't do that. Actually, no, there's still dudes up here. What's up? See these people that just rush the boss? Like, there's Kodama here. And you still didn't pick it up? Alright, Zach, have a good one. Take care of yourself. Why am I allowed to open this one? I'm allowed to open this one too. What is he doing? What? Okay, whatever, dude. I thought we had a guy that was originally, like, at the start he was just bum rushing the boss fight. And now he's wandering off any old direction. Boyo. Are you serious? Wait, he went up to the top to drop in the chasm? ¿Por qué? Look, man, the last time that I saw you, you made the mistake of falling to your death. That guy's 2 for 2 on falling to his death. It's pretty fucking lame. How are we doing Umbrasite wise? 4100, that's dog shit. Complete nonsense. I don't know what the fuck that guy was doing, dude. What's more is I've literally never died, like, diving, like, because, like, you go down into that chasm by, like, jumping down on particular platforms, but it more or less draws you a path on the wall for which platforms, like, where you should drop. What? Get the fuck out of here. I don't know why the hell this guy is trying to combat that particular enemy from up here. Or from down there, rather. Eat shit, nerd. Wow, I cannot believe it'll let me progress into here. It's just a matter of time until I get pulled back to that shrine, though. No, that's not what I wanted, but... Here we go. I probably have enough time to get a drink. Ain't this the motherfucking life? Let's see what's going on today. Yo, I would not be surprised at all if Disney leaves Florida. Remember when I said it was just a matter of time until he uses that shrine and I get teleported back to him? Oh my god. He's her! What you doing, mate? Yo, thanks for pushing me into that. That's my favorite part of the Nioh experience. God damn it. What are you doing? Huh? Oh, that must be what happens when you flip the place upside down and it's still there. Okay. These fucking people, bro. Here we go again. What temperature is it out today? If it feels good at any point today, I'd really like to go on a bike ride. It's still 50 degrees and raining. Can't tell you how much I hate that. What? Yo, no, 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 no. Why is it always spears that happens with? I had a fire-based spear back in the day that, well, I had multiple fire-based spears that I had chose to keep back in the day, and like I always found a way to lose those spears. Right. I needed a divine for this one. And I'm getting like no fucking Umbra sight today. Except for in that one pairing where the game crashed and I did not get to keep it. Fucking lame, dude. This believes it appears to be 3 angry gods. Yeep. Dual sword, yeah. Let's get to work, nerd. An Umbra sight. Oh shit. Well, that was interesting timing. No purples, so no Umbra sight. If he's headed this way, I'm gonna go ahead and wait. Okay. That's not what I wanted. Not sure why the first one whiffed, but okay. I have zero fucking clue what this person is doing up here. What are you doing? If they were looking for the Kodama, then I would get it. But, like, at present, I'm not really sure what the hell they're doing. I apparently left an enemy up here. Oh, God. Must fix. This dude just swings a weapon wildly. God, I sure do hope I hit this target. I think he might have paralysis swords. Yeah, where are you going, mate? I don't know what's going on with this goddamn Umbra site. It just doesn't seem to want to drop today. It's very unfortunate. Alright, I really should call this shit for now. Anyway, let's see who's live on Twitch. Yo, let's send my no viewers to Critical Sid. That's my boy. He is almost certainly running some Sonic Frontiers, because that's pretty much all he does these days. Y'all have a good one.